Play him. Nope, still got a timer on the screen. Get out of here. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Ah. Wrestle with the chair. Yes, that's because I'm far away. But now I am close. And it should be okay. Question mark. If not, we'll see. Might even see if I can get chat up on my phone. Oh, it needs more charge. Okay. Hope you're all having a good old day today. We're back for more painting shenanigans. Get him out of here. What were we working on last time? We're still working on the Fire Dragon Boy here. So he is coming together nicely. We were working on our Deathcore guy here. At the moment, I'm debating if I do a different color for his overcoat. Because I think there's a bit too much red going on. Not sure though. Oh well, we'll have a think about that. So we're going to keep working on those guys. We got the bombers to keep working on. Working on all the little greebly bits. So those two, those guys. We got the little... Pretty happy with where we got with these robo fellas today. So we might do some work on their compadres. The little guys that are going to be with them. Who we've got on the sprue over here. Are these minis for anything specific? This Fire Dragon is just for fun. I might turn the music down a little bit. The Fire Dragon's just for fun because he was the mini of the month. This Deathcore guy is also mini of the month. But he's going to join my Dark Tide fellas. These guys are for my Prospero Spire Guard. Army for Legions Imperialis. And the little dudes are for my Thousand Sons for Legions Imperialis. Should have enough charge to get the chat up. Maybe. I should also send Wasted a message, let him know. There we go. Okay, now I can see the chat. Right, yeah, so that's mostly what we're working on today. Might start with getting some Ushabti bone down on the base of this guy. Paint makes a go brrr. What it's worth, because there's hardly anything left in here. Start off this texture paint we got on the base. This guy. Hope everyone's having a good old day today. If anyone's doing any hobby shenanigans, make sure to let us know. Oh wait, I do have something else that I'm working on today. But it's a surprise. I'll go get it when Wasted shows up. Okay. Actually, while we've got that, we can do the wraps on this guy's legs. Uh-oh. Splitsy raid. Welcome, raiders. What? Told I could sing Viking songs. I don't know any Viking songs. I mean, there's the immigrant song. That's about Vikings. I don't know the words to that though. Look, you can't believe everything Splitsy says. What? TikTok trending spear and shield Viking song? The Albrecht Dürer song is not a Viking song.
Du Held mit deiner Bande, gefürchtet von den Bösen, geliebt von allen Guten, Guten, du Dürer, Albrecht, du, oh Albrecht, Albrecht Dürer, du reitest.
Wir möchten uns für dieses Lied entschuldigen.
Alright, if we're gonna paint this guy's coat.
Target acquired.
Now, should also send Wasted a chat invite for when he joins us. Alright, so Sergeant had did black for his undersuit. Did do some browns for the leathers and things. This guy had grey. Grey for the shirt. One had leather. One had grey coat. So we could go brown or we could go leather. I think we might go leather. Nice leather overcoat. I'll make it stand down a bit. The other ones. And for that, we're going to need some of this stuff. Blitzy can't promise me singing anything.
That man.
Ah!
That man, Amaru.
How's it going today, Wasted?
It's going okay. You are typically very quiet.
Oh, really? I should be adjusted right for me. Actually, no, now that you say it, when I look at the OBS's
Little volume
slidey thing, it does look a little low. Right. Yeah. Crank it up a tiny bit. Let's see how that goes. I see you've been doing a lot of mixing.
Yeah. I'm wanting to use some contrast paints, but a lot of my contrast paint collection came from the Games Workshop stock that had been sitting around for ages.
Ah.
So it's all been sitting like in a warehouse somewhere, dead upright, and has really separated. So I'm slowly reviving it with the aid of multiple balls.
Yeah, some of the contrast paints just seem to go forever, and some of them just go real funky when you let them sit there too long.
Like separate almost immediately, yeah. Like this Apothecary White,
Yep.
just instantly separated. Whereas meanwhile, there's a Bad Moon Yellow that is from 2017 that's perfect. And yes, can confirm, chat. Literally, it took a nanosecond to realize that, yes, putting my elbow on the thingy is not comfortable. No. Why do you encourage me to do these things? I am an idiot. You know
What?
this.
Did you mix your elbow?
They wanted me to mix my elbow, so I tried to mix my elbow. I can tell you it's not nice. Yes, Clockwork. My mixer does not make noises like the Reapers have arrived. I mean, admittedly, I don't think mine's quite as good as Capac's is. Like mine, you have to give it some time to work at it, whereas I think Capac gets the job done a bit quicker. Sufficient force applied.
Yes, brute force, that's what you need.
trying to get a cyber arm. I have a cyber arm. Thank you very much.
Well, now that you're here, I can achieve my other project for today. Right back.
Exciting. Hey, Eric. I'm all zoomed in at the moment. There you go. Hello.
So, as well as my normal miniature painting shenanigans, today I'm going to do some work on this fella.
Oh my word! Yeah, okay. When you said said you had a big boy to break out, you're not lying, are you? That's gonna be a bit of a challenge. I'm intrigued to see what you do with that.
It doesn't have to be too flash. It's just a 3D print that the guys did at work.
No, it's more that you've got that challenge of painting black armor, but on a much larger scale, where the highlights and everything's sort of a different scale from the miniature size.
Yeah.
That's interesting challenge. I like it.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. But for the moment, I'm going to keep working on this little fella.
Yes, you saw my dragon, right?
I saw it in pieces. Has it?
No, the decision with the dragon has been made to delay it until after my skiing trip.
Yeah, that seems.
On basis, I don't, I leave on Friday, so I don't really want to like get part way through doing stuff with it and then disappear for ages and come back and be like, what the hell was I doing? You know, it's like once you get into it, you get into it. But as recompense, I do have this guy out to make up for the fact that we did agree on large models.
Oh.
This will probably be getting its prime and start on the initial base coat today. Do a little bit of cleanup in a few places. Honestly, okay.
Very stumpy.
Very stumpy indeed. Movement speed 18 inches. Coming for your face. Well, on a charge. On assault, which you will do because you want to hit them with your glaive. But I had been getting annoyed with yellow, so at the moment we're painting soul gems.
Fair.
That's how annoyed I was with yellow. I've decided that soul gems is a preferred task to be doing.
Soul gem's less frustrating than yellow.
Yes. Especially as in my infinite wisdom, I did decide to paint all of the soul gems on this one.
Yeah, so I deliberately try to limit myself with those. I don't want to... Don't want to get too carried away, jamming up every bump. Especially not on infantry, guys.
Yeah, it makes a bit more sense on a larger model like this, and it's partly because I'm weirdly using the soul gems a bit inverted, in that they'll be the dark part of the mini as opposed to the light part, which I think they typically are.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, a bit of mini painting is something that I have definitely. I mean, it was something I did when I was a kid, and have just somewhat with the aid of Mr. Capac here joining me on a Tuesday, or me joining him, I should say, really. Has been rekindled.
We don't
I
need
did
to
a
talk
bit of-
about whose fault it is.
Well, I don't think it was your fault. I don't think it was already there. You just enabled it. You know, you're one of those guys that was like, "Oh, I see you have a problem. Here,
Come into my casino.
come into my casino, indeed." That's it, Eric. That is it. When I was a naughty little teenager at age like age 10, 11, 12, etc., I would get minis for Christmas and I would go and hide up in my room and I would paint all day long. It was that great year where I got a bunch of Tyranids and a copy of Mike Oldfield's Tubular Bells 2. And that was good for a week. And here are some of those Tyranids. Yeah, Tex. My parents have bought me like a little portable boom box for my birthday, and then Christmas rocked round, and I got a couple of CDs, and I got like a few Warhammer models, and it was a good year. Good year.
Yeah, okay, that looks a bit better. The armor panel's broken up a bit.
What was your sort of jam when you were a kid, Capac? What sort of music were you listening to when you were a snotty teenager?
Um, I mean, the music that I probably had on the highest rotation was the Cable Guy soundtrack.
Hey?
Um, which I hadn't even seen the movie at that point. My grandmother like always entered these like competitions in like magazines and things.
Mm-hmm.
And one day she showed up and she's like, "Hey, I won these. You can have them if you want." And it was like a double pass to see Cable Guy, the soundtrack, the movie poster, And then I didn't actually end up going to see the movie, but I listened to the soundtrack a whole lot because it was like the only CD that I had. But it's pretty banging little soundtrack.
What sort of tunes are we talking about?
Geez, who's actually on it? There's Satellite of Love by a cover of Satellite of Love by Porno for Pyros.
Yep.
There was Jim Carrey was on it singing that "Don't You Need Somebody to Love" song.
Yep.
As he does in the movie. Although it's a different version than the one in the movie.
Of course.
Had Silverchair was on it, Blind by Silverchair.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
Yeah, it had some good stuff. And then when The Matrix came out, then I listened to a whole lot of that.
That was a good album. That was a good album. Good soundtrack.
Although it's
I also listened to a lot of that.
It's forever associated with Pokemon in my brain, though.
Just because that's what you were doing.
Yep, I was playing Pokemon, listening to the Matrix soundtrack.
Yeah, I managed to end up with Portishead, meaning World of Warcraft, which is just, I don't know, or perhaps appropriate. I don't know.
Yeah, that's looking pretty good. And this guy's base definitely needs another coat. Austin Powers soundtrack was another one that I...
That's got some good ones on it, yeah.
And then I had a very tightly curated list of MP3s on the computer because I didn't have enough space on the hard drive to store everything.
Yeah, I was actually the opposite in that respect. This was a point where I had probably had my biggest MP3 collection was on one of my earliest computers. But it was at the time where I was not just in a band actively, but also leading into the point where I started earning money on the side DJing. So it was the sort of collection you didn't really want people to look through because it would very much give an impression that it was just like, why have you got multiple Ricky Martin albums? You know. And the answer is, unfortunately, because sometimes someone's going to come up and ask for Living the Vida Loca, and you're going to be like, okay, unfortunately, I have to in this scenario, but I hate you.
Customers always right, Wasted.
As long as they pay in advance, sure.
Let's get. This guy's island is all greened up.
I know, I quite enjoyed back then being sort of the. Who's misquoting what? Who misquoting Cap? Famous Capac quotes.
I did send you an invite for the chat.
Oh, we're already in it, dude.
Oh, good.
Don't worry.
Oh, yeah. It's funny how just doing the eye lenses can make things all come together.
Oh yeah. Especially if you get if you get a good set of eye lenses, it's everything. Half of why this guy I think looks quite good is because I just I nailed his eyes. And so it's just like, yep, that makes the rest of the miniature look good by default because his eyes look good.
And let's get some wash on his leg wraps.
Wouldn't want dirty leg wraps. Right, time for a short yellow intermission. All right, get angry again.
A whole army wearing spectacles. Do you know how difficult it is to kit bash such things at this scale? Like these goggles on my Ogren. They were not easy to make. They still look a little goofy, but it's an Ogren, so it doesn't matter that much. Alright, we need some highlights on this guy's coat. .3D print tiny glasses. Well, on a filament printer, that'd just be like a
Single
filament.
piece of filament. Yeah.
Maybe I get a bit adventurous. Let's do some blending.
Yep. I'm kind of with Roscoe on that one. After the time invested, you kind of want something that's not gonna. Yeah, I'd just be worried about breaking it, getting really annoyed, and never doing it again. You're like, well, I'm done.
I've seen some things where people do like paper models where it's sort of like laminated layers of paper. So it's actually quite sturdy once it's
Quite robust. Oh, fuck. Mm-hmm. Well, I can't get myself quite in a comfortable position at the moment.
Oh, I gotta do this guy's Granado. Where's my grenade paint?
Ah, yes, grenade paint.
What music is on the stream? I've got the Dark Tide soundtrack. What about you, Wasted?
I'm playing one of my random like epidemic players, so
Oh, yeah.
hard to answer. Something is on.
Yes, Dark Tide does have some absolutely banging soundtracks.
Yeah, the only reason we had the Mechanicus on earlier, but the only problem with both soundtracks is while they have some bangers, they've also got a fair bit of time of like just pure ambient.
Oh, yeah. Alright, let's see. Need some black. Should have some somewhere.
Yeah, Yassi Bucks doesn't fly. Bezos Bucks had that alliteration going for it.
What? Who's getting the bucks?
Oh, Yassi apparently, and probably Bezos as well. I wouldn't be surprised. I believe that's how these whole pyramid things work.
I figured this out ages ago. Everyone who isn't me is getting the bucks. That's how that works.
That is incorrect, sir. We can get rid of this rumor immediately. Prove your whole thing false on the basis that I am not getting bucks.
What? We all know you're high rolling.
High rolling. I mean, I'm quite high up at the moment, so maybe. Depends on technicalities, I feel.
I don't know. You keep going on these ski trips.
Damn right I do. It's because I am an aristocrat, sir. Were you not aware?
And I'd heard rumors. Don't do that. Don't hit Deathcore Krieg with Darth Vader. Let's find a reference image. This 3D print isn't movie accurate.
Oh dear. I can think of no greater crime.
There can be no greater heresy. Oh. Sexy Darth Vader Halloween costume. That's what everybody wants. Hmm. I got in a dark grey. Some Mechanicus standard. Yes, when you're cooking an Anakin Skywalker, it is important to get the charring just right.
How do you prefer yours? Medium rare? Well done.
Charcoal.
I see that there, I think, is where the problem lies.
get some... Oh, I'm gonna have to move the tank squad. Somewhere. I mean, that's specifically for Anakin Skywalker, not for other kinds of meat.
Oh, I wouldn't have Anakin with gravy, no.
What? Hot sauce?
Mustard.
Mustard.
Yeah. Some horseradish, perhaps?
It's gonna sting.
I feel like a good horseradish should sting a little. I'm disturbed. Why is a Frenchman asking me whether or not the answer is taters or rice? You know the answer to that already.
Let him chill for a bit. Alright, what have we got? So let's get some wash down on the base of our fire dragon.
Target acquired.
Just need to get that edge, I think. Good night, Eric.
Need some more CPR and leg wraps. Hmm. Maybe I'll do some work on the mini marines. Gold, perhaps. Where's gold? looking at for these boys? I should have done the silver first. Hey, mixer go brrr. Paint pot no open. Silver start to go a little funky. Okay. It's not point brush.
This earlier before I even started painting, but I did not, and I'm going to regret it because I know already there's a bunch of little bits of dust and hair stuck in the paint. But hey, that's what it is. Old house does old house things. I get to dust everywhere.
Ugh, so tiny.
You did that to yourself, Capac. I have no sympathy.
It's true. All true.
See how that dries, but that might be. One of the answer of the weapons, at least. Just a Capac.
Yes.
An obscure question for you, but perhaps not actually that obscure. Just unusually set up potentially.
Okie dokie.
I am planning to enter a mini painting competition.
Oh, yeah?
What mini do you think I should paint for it?
What kind of competition is it?
40k. And options for. So I could enter in. It's quite broad category. So basically, the categories I could enter in would be explicitly small mini or everything else.
Oh, okay, yep.
So it's like explicitly and dude. Or everything that isn't and dude is counted all in one big bracket.
Yep.
And chat, feel free to chime in as well. I'm trying to see this from an outside perspective, like from someone else's perspective. See me paint a few things. Where do you think the strength lies? You know what I mean?
I mean,
Where am I most likely to do well?
it's a tough one. Usually I just say, you know, pick something that you're excited about painting. Because then you're going to be more keen to get it done and get it done in a like to make it that go that extra step. I mean, my other first thought is you did pretty well with the dude that you did for the 4-hour painting challenge. You could do another mini in that same kind of style, but not have a time limit, and just go hard on it.
I do feel kind of annoyed that one of the best minis I feel I've ever painted is a fucking Space Marine. This is like, why did this one come up? Because annoyingly, it felt quite natural as well. And then I thought, oh, I'll go back to Eldar and I'll be able to carry through the same technique. And I just can't. It's not the same. This is the Mini they're talking about, and it does make sense. He's got shading.
I mean, I think you might be hitting on one of the reasons why Space Marines are as popular as they are.
Fairly understandable ways of painting them.
Well, just something about their design makes them like they're a natural fit for different painting styles. And they're simple enough that beginners can get into them, but they're complex enough that people with more skill can get more out of them.
Yeah, yeah.
Or conversely, another way to go is pick something way outside your usual, so that it forces you to think about it in new ways.
I think that's some of what the Space Marine thing did, honestly. Ooh, I like how that weapon looks now. That's got some pop to it.
Okay, so we're done for termies. What about our jetpack fellas?
Stop letting Bethesda get away with remaking games in the same engine over and over again. Stop it. Make them make a new game that's good. Stop letting them make old games the same. I know it's a remake, but it's only sort of a remake. And even then, what I'm talking about is make them make a new game that's good. I know, no, I'm not. I'm well aware people will buy it. I am well aware. I just saying I don't think this helps the situation.
I mean, if they hadn't already released Skyrim like 50 times, it would be a bit more forgivable.
Guys, don't even try. It's not gonna matter. You can try or like the opinion will not change. For very simple reasons. I think most of Bethesda's games are shit. Not just the new ones. So you're kind of fighting an uphill battle here.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat.
Guy, I was never bowled over by any of the Elder Scrolls series. I think Fallout is fairly meh. That's essentially all they're known for, so there we go.
I bounced off Oblivion because of its weird leveling system screwing me over. And never went back to it. And then I tried Fallout 3 and it didn't really get me. I did play through New Vegas, but that was a different developer. Yeah, I'm not overly fussed by the and there's been too many shenanigans.
Constant shenanigans.
Like Fallout 76.
Which apparently is now good, but like also stop letting people No Man's Sky things. Please. Not that this is a No Man's Sky situation, but I don't understand it to be anything like as good as No Man's Sky, but
Splitsy
that's
and I,
also not okay. We can't just sell a game for loads of money. Con a whole bunch of people, and then as long as we fix it multiple years later, everyone's like, "Yeah, it's a victory story for gamers." But no, it's not. I paid for No Man's Sky. Am I playing it now? No. Not a victory.
I mean, No Man's Sky was a victory, but it's a kind of victory that, okay, now everyone should have learned from their mistakes. Don't do it again.
It's like, well done. What you mean? Well done. These guys recovered from a cell phone.
Yes.
Sort of levels of victory, yeah.
Like,
But
they...
it turns out that you can recover from massive mismarketing and a huge flop release.
Yes.
Learn and understand that the answer here is to not make the same mistakes, and certainly don't develop the idea that you can just rely on this. And it's chat's fault.
True.
You're enabling them, chat. Todd Howard personally thinking to himself, yeah, but paying attention to Capac and wasted paint minis the other day. And couldn't help but notice that all of his chat were like pretty hyped about my new Oblivion game. It's definitely a new game.
Well, I mean, this is where
Oh, I should make
developers
more.
go to get information about marketing.
I do recall that being the case, yeah. Which is not great, Capac, because that means that we're somehow culpable for this.
Target acquired.
No, Todd, no. If you're watching, don't do it. My fridge doesn't need Skyrim, please.
Yeah, the Splitsy and I went to PAX just before Fallout 76 came out, and they had this big video in like the hall where you like line up to enter the show floor. They're putting on these big videos about Fallout 76 is coming out, isn't it amazing? Look at all these people that have made Bethesda games great. One of the guys that was in their promo video was the guy who I had a $400 commission with to make me some cosplay stuff, who cancelled and didn't pay me back for like a year.
That's a good sign.
And at the point that he was in the video, he'd already cancelled on me and like said, "Yeah, I'm not doing cosplay stuff anymore," and he's being celebrated in this video as being one of the...
Nice.
Just to rub some salt in the wound. But yeah, there was so much hype for Fallout 76, and then afterwards... hype went away. I'm amazed people stuck with it after what I saw of the coverage I saw of the launch.
Some people. Hang on, is text via Todd Howard? Has this been the deal all along? Alter ego. Snooping on us in chat. Now we've revealed ourselves, he's here. Fight his case. Oh, I got an idea. I know how to check. Text fire. What's your opinion on cosmetic DLC? Ideally, with a view on whether or not it's okay for that cosmetic DLC to have come from the community in the first place. It was me. I was the Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim all along. Revealed.
Good old horse armor.
Yeah, takes fast, Todd. We figured it out. What's your thoughts on leather jackets, Todd? Sorry, text while I'm biasing the results here. In other noises, how do, Mr. Tesla? Yeah, DRR is a fantastic map. It spoiled DayZ for us. It's why we're going to struggle to play it again as a community, is because we played the best map first, and no other map really does what DRL does.
Okay, let's get some Shub T-Bone. The old Egrax shade.
Ooh.
Oh,
That's one of those. That's one of those click moments where it's just like I've done enough of the soul gems to get an idea what it'll look like when they're all painted, and it's going to be worth it. And also, I don't think I need to do a huge amount of highlighting on them. I think the way this is done with this deep contrast and actually going for a bit of a almost matte soul gem, maybe go in afterwards and draw some little white lines on it or something.
He's looking pretty fearsome.
Well, headless at the moment, so not that fearsome, but
Yeah, if it's looking fearsome without the head, then you know you're...
you know you're not doing too badly. Oh, broken camera. Dope. Haha, flashbang.
Oh
Sorry.
dear.
The camera just starts up with its ISO cranked to max for some reason. I don't know why, but it means that I cannot avoid flashbanging you when the camera begins.
Okay.
Yeah, Tex, and for a single individual, it's surprisingly issue free, honestly.
Let's get... pretty good. It's,
I mean, partially, Tex. The only bit you're missing is a bunch of people whining at you constantly because the server's not up. Because he's dropped a bloody update. I have been muted you. I apologize. I have been gabbering about mixing contrast paints and normal paints together and finding them actually really nice. And then
Okay.
asking whether or not this may actually just be cheating because the predominant color here is blue, and blue's just the best color as far as paints are concerned.
Blue is quite strong. Yeah, I've done a few experimentations with mixing the old contrast paints.
I got two different contrast paints, and then I put some white into it, and this stuff is going on over black in a single coat really nicely. It's like, why? None of the individual components will go over black in a single coat really nicely. Why does this? I don't understand.
But what's the mix?
We're using. So we start off with a 50% Storm Fiend and Apothecary White mix as a contrast.
Okay.
And then we add like a single dab of ivory, off-white. And it lightens it up and makes this sort of really quite a nice sky blue sort of color. But oh my god, does it go on so well? It's so controllable. What is this shenanigans? This is definitely the mix for soul gems because you can actually paint soul gems with it.
Ah, okay. Get just some corn oil on this guy's hoses. Not too bright.
Not sure how comfortable I am with you guys being this zoomed in, honestly. You can just see a little bit too much of the paint job. Just could you step back a little, please? This is a 3-inch mini, not a 1 centimeter mini. Thank you very much. Capac does channel a fair bit of Bob Ross with his brush slapping. I noticed.
Uh-oh. Running out of bushes. Ah,
Yeah.
trying to escape. Don't have enough hands for this. Flag Rex gone. Nope, not you. Let's get gold on the boys. A helmet, shoulder trim, shoulder tassels, leg chevrons.
So Soul Gem's adding a lot. I feel like on this guy to not do those would have been a mistake. Honestly, they add a much needed bit of contrast. Also, I'm kind of secretly really happy with how these ones look. In particular, ones around the top of his legs.
Oh yeah, they pop off.
Just the leg ones in general, honestly, pop off. Again, feel needed. That's your third color, because it's not really. I mean, the black's there, but it's black in color, or is it a shade?
Belt buckles. think I was just doing the squad leader helmets. Gold. If I remember correctly.
Always the problem.
I have another Tommy in my jar of tricks. Do. Yes, no gold on helmet.
Finley colourful are going to come and stomp your face, I think you mean.
What?
Yeah, people gilling Eldar shit.
Uh,
You don't take none of that around here. Do not mess around with the group that have, and far as I'm aware, the only one responsible for spawning a Chaos God. That's how fucked up these people are. Don't mess with those people.
they did it accidentally.
Yeah, I know, which means they were doing it for fun. That should worry you. Pardon me. And yeah, people forget in the whole spawning of Slanesh story, etc. It's like, do remember, like, Slanesh isn't known as the god of parties. He's not like a cool dude to chill out with. We just go down to the disco, have some drinks. Not really that sort of god. There's another side to it. That came from somewhere too.
Now we're gonna go down to the pub, have a nice few drinks, but on the way there, we're going to raid the pharmaceutical manufacturing plant.
And that's where our adventure begins. I'm slowly learning this recipe. So to begin, you mix these two to make something that looks a bit like that. Give it one little bit of white. Yeah. feel like it's maybe. Good night, Riley. Watched any more anime of late, Mr. Capac?
Well, I find myself
On the update list.
find myself in a position I was not expecting to be in. New episodes of One Piece are coming out at the moment, so I'm now watching it week to week.
Oh my word. A man that is up to date with One Piece and so is watching it on release because that's relevant.
Well,
Damn, son.
it's a bit of a shock to the system after watching 1,200 or so episodes. Yes, that pirate anime. $1,266 episodes. Holy moly.
Yeah, there's something maybe a little wrong with you.
Well, if it makes you feel better, that's 1,266 episodes I've watched since I got back from Japan, which was just over a year ago now.
No, I mean, this is the thing. I kind of knew it was in a time frame along those sort of lines. And there you go. When Capac animes, he animates. He animes them all. Does all the animes? But what's the terminology here?
I'm a weeb. I think that's the terminology.
He weebs it up. As weebs go, you're fairly inoffensive. I've met worse. There's one from the north around. Don't know if he's around now, but that one.
It's because I'm filled with weeb shame. That's why I announced my anime habit on a live streaming platform.
Yep.
I am continuing to enjoy the new My Hero Academia spin-off series.
Does smell like marzipan suddenly, doesn't it? So explain My Hero Academia to me.
Uh,
Just the lightest gist.
so, My Hero Academia is the setting is Earth, but one day a baby was born that had it was like glowing, and that was the start of
That is problematic, yeah.
that was the start of people being born with like superpowers of various
Okay.
strengths,
Yeah.
and that had a cataclysmic effect on society because society was not ready to deal with people with superpowers. So
That seems
basically, there was
right.
a
Yeah.
global apocalypse. And in the generations since then, the world has rebuilt society and sort of become used to people with superpowers. And everybody's power gets registered when it manifests. And if you want to be a superhero, you have to go get a license and work with the government. And the show is about a bunch of kids that are going to a school for superheroes, basically.
Sounds like a cool premise.
Yeah, it's a bit like X-Men Japan, except 80% of people in the world are mutants rather than like 5%.
Yeah.
But the new show that I've been watching, Vigilantes, is about unlicensed heroes. But it's a bit more light-hearted than the regular show. The
Gotcha.
the three main characters that you follow are a young kid whose power is that he can slide if he like touches a surface. But he has to have 3 points of contact. So if he wants to use his power to travel along the ground, he has to be on at least like 3 contact points. So he's usually sliding around on all fours.
Okay.
Uh, there's
Seems
also
contrived, but no worries.
there's also a pop idol whose power is that she can jump a bit. She can do these like very floaty jumps.
She can jump a bit.
Yep.
Okay.
And then the third guy uh, doesn't have any powers, but he does have some big knuckle dusters, and he is insane.
Okay.
And they fight crime. Huh, that's just reminded me of an old website that I used to go to every once in a while. It was called They Fight Crime, and it was a random generator.
For generating what?
Well, it was like he's a mild-mannered office worker who has all the powers of a pogo stick, and she is an accountant who can travel through time. They fight crime. Then you hit the generate button again, and it makes you a new option.
Simple but effective. I like it.
You know, get stuff like that these days. It's all AI now.
Oh, I am actually AI.
Are we both the death of the internet? We're both just AI generated streams talking to each other on a stream with a bunch of view bots in the chat.
I believe so. I think we're there. It's happened. Sorry, folks. Weird that we be self-aware about it. I suppose it makes sense. I blame the parents.
Well, yeah, if someone was properly monitoring our viewers' watching habits, none of them would be here. This kind of content is unacceptable.
I can't ever feel like if our viewers were monitoring their own watching habits, they wouldn't be here.
AI anime. I mean, there is that collection of short anime about robots. I think it was called Robot Carnival. That had a chunk of AI in it. And Astro Boy, he's a famous anime AI.
Viewbots checking in. Good on you, Viewbots. You're doing the God's work.
When you go to when you're on the train in Tokyo, they have like different like tunes that play at different stations when the train arrives. And at the station of the hometown of Osamu Tezuka, the guy who made Astro Boy, it plays the Astro Boy theme at the train station when the train gets there. Which is pretty fun.
That's like us putting up the shitty little plaques we put around the place. We're like, once upon a time, Charles Dickens lived here, but cool. Instead of kind of naff.
Did Charles Dickens have a theme song?
And not that I recall, no. That is a fair point.
I guess you could play some of the music from A Muppet Christmas Carol.
There you go, you see? Just gotta get a bit creative with it.
What? Is there an anime about robots operating a hotel? That sounds intriguing. There is a Astro Boy series on Netflix. It's called Pluto. I recommend everybody watch it because it's real cool. It's not really about Astro Boy, but he is in it. It's about a German robot police officer called Gesicht.
I mean, obviously.
Apocalypse Hotel. Sounds intriguing. Okay, Termes and Golden. Some.
Starting to come together. At some point, I'll count how many soul gems there are on this and figure out how many I've painted by the time I'm done, because they're goddamn everywhere.
They're everywhere.
Gotta be like 100 soul gems on this thing.
Just one I had. A pot of lead belcher somewhere. Am I imagining things?
No, Fog, I disagree. You can wash a rivet. I can't put a wash on this.
No lead belcher.
Can't put a wash, and honestly, to do this Soul Gems justice, I'm going to need to go through and do another level to do a dot of what I might actually add like a dark purple or a dark red dot instead of going for light. I don't know. Kind of go inverse, go for sort of a black hole Soul Gem look.
Let's get some. No oil. You guys can chill for a bit. That's right. Jetpack guys, they're going to be a bit of a pain.
Do they have soul gems?
Sort of. So they're wearing the Mark 6 armor, like the beaky armor.
Yeah.
And the beaky armor has the big round rivets on the left shoulder pads. In epic scale, those big round rivets are very small round rivets.
How many of them are there?
It depends. Usually there's about like 7 or 8 on each shoulder pad, but some of them are covered up by the jetpacks, so it varies.
Unless they're round and there's like 100 of them.
They're round and there's like 50 of them.
No, round like that, three-dimensionally round. Spherical, I should say.
I'd say they're hemispherical.
Yeah, so just to put it in perspective, there's 16 soul gems just on one exhaust stack.
Damn. It's pretty crazy.
There are 16 per leg. Ram, I think we are. Sounds like Capac is as well, so, yeah.
What are we?
I was just going for his.
Ah. We is. Right, rivet time. Okay. Okay. Base rim. Mr. Krieg.
I am starting to dislike soul gems.
Only just now this has happened.
It was going quite well for a bit, but then like I'm on the last push, but there's also his backpack ones, and they're really awkward. I mean, it does look cool having them all done. I'm not gonna lie, but a pain in the backside.
Urge to kill Xenos rising.
Only if I can do it with other Xenos. Also, I'm not allowed to kill Xenos, remember? Banned.
And
I am the cheater. Denied from play in my cooperative game because
oh, I see. I see where we're at.
I'm still salty. Yes.
Um, is there a way to disable it?
Nope. No, they don't want you to cheat because they got cosmetics in their game, dude.
Oh, right, of course.
So even though it's co-op and the PvP side of things doesn't matter, you can't cheat anyway because otherwise you could cheat your way to the cosmetics somehow, and then you wouldn't give them money.
Yes, we couldn't have anyone accessing client-side cosmetics. That would be... well, that would be the worst thing that ever happened.
It'd be pretty bad. Pretty bad. And just think about that for a second. You could access the entire game that you downloaded.
I mean, it's particularly...
It's
particularly
particularly
terrible.
egregious.
There's no worse behavior a person could commit.
Well, this has been deemed to be true by the higher ups, Mr. Capac. So thank you for the follow.
He wasn't banned by Easy Anti-Cheat. Well, not technically. Easy Anti-Cheat was preventing the game from operating.
Why has Splitsy shown up and is being an inciter and generally a pain?
Because that's what he does. We're just minding our own business. Some nice painting. Comes in here and he whips up the chat into a frothing frenzy of malice.
And vitriol. How dare. Honestly, we should have known. Seen this guy's content. He is one of those sort of fuck controversial opinions.
Oh. Yep, that's it. Goldie bits done. Take a break from the tiny mans. Smexy, I do indeed have some Legions Imperialis, some Thousand Suns. And associated forces. Right, we could take a look at Fire Dragon. We haven't had a look at him in a while. Do we dare? Do we dare? Do we dare paint a gem?
I've been painting gems for long enough this evening that I am now in like triple axis CNC mode. Everything's been pre-programmed. The brush is moving clean. Stay away from the machine. Close the doors. Load will start shortly.
Well, that doesn't count unless you make the whirring noises of the servo motors.
I love how Splitsy's experience of his broken CPU is that it's a developer's fault.
Do another pass with CPR. Nope. Almost lost the tiny Termy.
While it was entirely bait, did it run fine on that CPU at the time? I don't actually know what time you played Helldivers, but I definitely remember a time where it didn't run fine on your CPU. Hey, Splitty my friend. There was a reason I painted the word bait onto my mat as I was saying that. That was literally just because I knew it would get a rise. I'm sorry. I don't have a particular problem with your disagreement with Helldivers. You know, I do suspect that it is partially down to that CPU, but it doesn't defend why. I mean, again, it's the same problem. It's anti-cheaters in Helldivers because Helldivers has cosmetics. Helldivers has a paid extra option. I happen to think that Helldivers honestly has executed the whole we have a paid gameplay option, but it is an option thing quite well. I don't mind it with Helldivers because Helldivers, like, they don't, they're also updating the game constantly. Like, there's it's broken some of the normal rules for a game like that because, for example, the way the Galactic War works, they are like every 3 days they are doing custom weird stuff to the map, and a lot of it's fun and different and throws in modifiers. It's not as like the patch cadence and the release of the content cadence, it belies the fact that they're actually paying quite a lot of attention to the game. So it feels like you are getting some value from the fact that they've included continued investment in the game. That's not true for a lot of the ones that do this. That's why I'm willing to give Helldivers a bit more leeway than I would most games that do this. Is because they are legitimately continuing to push the game forward, and you legitimately do not have to spend money to experience that. Yeah, again, I don't think that's downplaying the Galactic War aspect. The Galactic War aspect, I having played Helldivers for a while, that I hope people copy it. Space Marine 2 has already started. It's a cool way of doing things. If the developer has time.
What have we painted? Well, I'm working on some tiny Terminators and Assault Marines. I pretty much wrapped up my Death Corps Trooper for my Dark Tide squad. Actually, I might get him on the stand over here. Working a bit on the Fire Dragon. He's almost done. And I started painting Darth Vader here, but I need some more lead belcher before I go much further. So he might have to wait till next week. That's pretty much what I've been up to. Waste has just been painting gems. All gems, all the time.
Yep. I wish I could disagree with him, but I can't. It's been gems for like the last 2 hours, 2.5 hours, something like that.
Right. Stay in there. Yes, we do have an infinitely recursive stream happening. That is accurate.
I feel it's only appropriate. Warp is always present. Chaos watches you. Do not slip up.
It's insidious.
Yeah, Capac paints some pretty looking minis. And also, because he's a git, he paints them quickly as well. Which I disapprove of more than the fact that he paints them looking very nice.
Hey, you're not doing so bad. This guy you're working on is coming together at a reasonable pace.
Yeah, did you... This is happily ignoring the length of time it took to get to this point.
No, it's not.
I think it is.
For the size of the model and what you're trying to achieve with it, I think it's a perfectly reasonable amount of time.
It's very kind of you, Capac. This is a Wraith Lord, indeed.
Oh no. Why? Should make sure I get the undersides of these as well.
Yep, it's a Wraith Lord upon which we are playing what is now known as the Soul Gem game. It is not my favorite game. That game is basically you slowly look around the mini and realize quite how many Soul Gems you've missed.
Actually, now that you've said that, I kind of want a Warhammer game where you are raiding the Eldar Crone Worlds for soul gems.
Well, I mean, that's the point behind my army. You want to play that, right? You've got you do it as a combo. You do it battle. What's brain? Come on. Old first person RTS. I did a video on it. Got remastered. By
Oh.
Battlezone. You do it Battlezone style.
Splitsy was playing some kind of FPS RTS hybrid with Shaq on a stream, I think.
Silica, yes. Optional, top down, but with optional, like you can take over control of any unit on the battlefield, and then there's like command and control from within the unit as well. So it's not really like that, like Silica. Silica's a bit more like natural selection. And yeah, so you can jump in and go like have a bit of fun with some like I'm gonna be a Wraith Knight for a bit, gonna go smash some fools. Silica looks like a good concept. I just hope they get. I don't know. They're in an interesting position because I watched Shaq and Splitsy play it, having also watched early on content on it because I was quite interested to begin with, and I decided not to play it because a little bit too much of it was still in dev, and it didn't look like it had moved forwards a huge amount. Honestly, it had, but not as much as I'd hoped. I was hoping to see something that was like, okay, now we're getting something. So
Fair
I
enough.
think that their Silica's problem is going to be it's a niche game that really does best with a decent number of players, and that is always a tough sell. And it needs some communities, some decent sized YouTube communities to get on it or something to try and give it some traction. I think. And when I say decent size, I don't mean us. I mean considerably larger than us.
Where am I at? Oh, that's where I'm at. Let's paint some. Actually, these guys need a wash. Let's do a wash.
The problem with yeah, Graz, you're right. The problem with HD Protect, and I suspect probably true of a number of the other ones as well, is that you do get an initial spike on game launch where it pulls system hardware and the other bits and bobs it wants from your registry. Yeah, no, I get you.
And how long are those things even going to last, though? When you've got cheating gear moving to entirely separate PCs from the hardware you're running the game on.
Well, that was in response to these things, and they'll adapt. It's just that in when it comes to network security, 90. You know, and this goes for gaming as much as professional network security. As much as you're going to research as best you can, but most of the time you're playing catch up.
Great cheating arms race.
Yeah, 100%. That is exactly what it is, Capac.
I'm gonna need to get some bases ready for these guys.
Apparently, this is the sound of wild bases in the habitat.
Yep. Jingling of bases in a Ziploc bag.
Who doesn't have a Ziploc bag of bases?
Yeah. I don't think that's gonna work. Blue shade.
Mm-hmm. iTunes.
Angry noises.
Just noises. Physio. Why would I physio? Oh, yeah. Elbow update. It's here.
Are you going to put it in the paint mixer again?
No.
Seems fair.
No, we learned that was a bad idea. It's definitely a lot better because I can now exert a fair bit of force against the implant, and it doesn't. I don't even feel that. This is positive. Unfortunately, I do still have the skinny arm, though. Getting better, but one is definitely a lot smaller than the other one. Aw. No, my thinking is that there's no tissue building up around it. It's just the bone. Like to fit that thing, they had to drill and then screw and then glue. Because to be honest, if you drill, then generally you have to glue. Which means that you're looking at something that's like the bone is still healing. So as I do things like this, and there's a rotational force going, you can see the bone up here, they're twisting in relation to each other. That's putting pressure on the plate, which screws going in, bone healing around screws causes pain and weirdness. So the fact that I can actually... Hey! can almost comfortably put my elbow on the table.
Okay. I think I need... do some tiny freehand Thousand Suns logos on shoulder pads.
Sounds fun, sir.
I've got a bit of a technique. I do a vague kind of asterisk shape. And then I do a dot of red in the middle.
Nice. I approve.
Well, 9 out of 10 doctors say that a unattended chest wound will bleed out.
If unattended.
That's what I learned from Helldivers yesterday. Apparently this new medical show, The Pit, is meant to be pretty good.
I personally do not see much reason to watch medical shows.
But it's a smorgasbord of all the things that could potentially end your life.
Exactly. Exactly, Mr. Capac. Basically, Final Destination, but slightly more realistic. just like, why would you choose to? No. Oh God, I realise I have not said hello to Deborah yet this evening. Hey, Deborah. I hope the surgery goes well. My mother has gone through multiple back procedures. She's got a pretty metal back at this point, and honestly, she has done remarkably well for it. And this is old school surgery. You know, her first surgery was in the late 90s, so.
Yes, I think we can all say that we hope everything goes the best it can.
What I'm basically trying to say is they've got pretty good at it. You know, it's a scary procedure, no doubt. But
For sure.
yeah, no, that I figured almost immediately. My mother's had multiple fusions, and it's gonna be. It's not gonna lie, it's gonna be uncomfortable, but they've got very routine. So fingers crossed, you have a swift recovery. But I hope you're not too nervous about it.
Having a metal skeleton would be cool though. It's like Wolverine. Might have trouble convincing them to do the claws for you.
Yeah, I don't think that. Yeah, it's not going to come across well.
See? Termies might be done.
Nice.
I don't neaten up the shoulder pad regions. Janky.
Well, you gotta. Excuse me. Well, you gotta learn how to do the right moves. It's important. That recovery and recuperation. I assume.
Right, there we go.
That'll do.
Oh, wait, we're not quite finished yet. Gotta do the hero rocks still. We have a little bit of Ushabti here ready to go.
Do you know what? I know that feeling. I kind of have a secret little urge to be able to walk through an airport screening machine and all the alarms go off and be like, "Yep, what do you want? My fucking elbow, get out of here! Scan me, you bastards! Scan me! Yes. Use your little wavy wand. Where is it? Where is it? It's in my elbow. Go away."
He's carrying weapons in his secret elbow pocket.
Well, I need one of those Deus Ex like arm blade things that pops out. Then we're sorted.
Oh, like the mantis blades in Cyberpunk.
Yeah. Yeah. That stuff. Gimme.
And I got the full pat down treatment one of the times that I flew out of Canberra to Melbourne.
And what were you carrying?
Nothing.
Yeah, he says that now.
One time when I was flying out of Melbourne, they made me throw away my credit card sized metal like multi-tool thing that I had in my wallet.
I get searched every time I leave the UK at the moment. Like at the moment, how I'm leaving UK is via car. So when I mean searched, I mean the car gets searched. But yes, apparently something about me and my motor vehicle at the moment just means that guaranteed you're going in and you're getting the explosive swab and the right, pop the boot open, we can have a rummage around through your stuff.
Well, now,
He's saying that? No, not every time. I think this may just be welcome to the Audi Drivers Club.
Right. That explains a lot.
Yeah.
It's an Audi coming. Let's get him.
I'm just dawned on me. It's like the one vehicle it never happened in is when I hadn't got this car yet. We did 1 year. Ironically, it was in a Mercedes. It was a Mercedes S-Class, but apparently that's okay. But Audi, no. Audi, you are a drug dealer, my friend. What are you carrying?
The only security issue we had when we went to Japan was my brother got pulled over by security at Disneyland.
For what?
Because he insists on walking around with like everything that he brings with him on holiday on his person, like a million different like leather pouches and things, and they're like, "Yep, we need to search all of these."
Okay, so because he looks sus as all hell. Oh yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. I haven't done any work on the planes today. Actually, there is something I do want. A little bit of medium. No, I don't think you have told me that particular story. Watch out for those metal detectors. While I'm doing the plane, I might get some. Some Angrax Earthshade on the back of the thrusters. Nice and grimy.
Meanwhile, I'm going to sit back for a second.
Well, speaking of taking a breather, I think I might be getting towards that time.
No works for me. I think I might be done painting.
Just all together? You've had so many soul gems, you never want to see another paintbrush again?
And yeah, that's it. We're over, man. We're done.
What a way to end it.
It was the soul gems that did it.
Always the way.
Let's start a support group on Reddit. Find the fallen Eldar brethren.
That's an idea. A little bit of agrax out of these exhausty sections. Look like they're running some dirty fuel mix.
To be honest, looking at that now, tonight wasn't too bad. I got the majority of the left-hand one. Like, there's a few bits of stuff I need to do to finally polish it off, but I got all the soul gems painted. Figured out that annoyingly that is the style I want to go for because the soul gems add that missing contrast to what's otherwise. But also, more importantly, the guy on the right is starting to look not that dissimilar to the one on the left. But the torso is starting to come in line. The color of the shoulder pads, etc. He's starting to fit in with the army look. It's obviously way earlier in the stage. Like this has only had a few hours on it. This has had many hours on it, but you can kind of see how it's going to jump in and fit in with the rest.
I mean, if you came along and plopped those two guys on the table, I can't see many people complaining.
Having seen what gets run in actual Games Workshop like high-end tournaments, I should be given a prize for best painted in tournament immediately.
On entry.
Thank you very much. I have actually watched some Games Workshop tournaments, and yeah, they skirt the rules of 3 colors and a base, let alone anything else. Like,
Well, I'm pretty happy with where I'm at today. Got some little dudes almost done up. I just need to do a little bit more work on the fire dragon here. And I'm pretty happy with the status of my Krieg man. Actually, I haven't had a... Oh yeah, his leather coat has come up pretty well. Just a very subtle bit of blending and highlighting.
yeah, look good, man. Pops even from a distance, honestly.
I think doing the coat a different colour was definitely the right call.
Yep.
And he will fit in well with my my squad, my dark side squad. Might have to figure out who I'm going to add to the squad next. I think I do have a navigator somewhere I could add. How many minis did I get in this combat thing? Oh yeah, I got a navigator. Other fancy lads. Minute. I have a second one of... Yep, I do. I've got a second one of the flamethrower chainsaw blade. This one. Don't know what I'm going to do with her. Anyway, thank you for another fun workbench stream.
Yeah, cheers, Mr. Capac. It was good. Got to have a bit of an argument with Splitsy as well. That was fun.
Yes, indeed. And you're going to be off on holiday, are you not?
I am. I on Friday I leave for shenanigans that I am very much looking forward to. I could do with it at the moment. But yes, so next week I'm afraid the workbench will be solo.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do. Splitsy and TFE and I were talking about what we might do for the Monday.
Yeah, I mean, let me know. I'm game for pretty much anything. You know me.
What? What are you talking about? What we can do when you're not here?
Oh, that. I thought we were talking about Mondays in general.
No, like next Monday when you won't be here. What we're going to do to Phil?
Yeah, no, fair. Yeah, I mean, you did say the Monday. I suppose that does.
Oh well, we'll work it all out.
I'm sorry, I've made a mess.
Right, so you're finishing now as well?
No, I will switch over to. I'm gonna play something before I finish up.
Oh, okay.
I'm just done with the painty. I started a couple of hours earlier than you, so I've been painting for a while, and my head is hurting.
We shall raid in your general direction.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you're going to be gone all of next week, I presume.
Yes. Gone for the whole of the week. I will be back basically for Wrong Way Out. And then I'm back around again as usual.
Cool. Well, see you then, and I'll see what I end up doing while you're away.
Yep. Have a good one, Capac. Oh, have a good couple of weeks, and I'll see you when I'm back.
Man, this raid is taking forever.
You know you can click the button, right?
Yes and no. So on the on the on the browser app, it says, "Oh yeah, just press this one if you want to do it now, rather than wait for the countdown." On the mobile app, it's just a button, and it does a set time, and if you press it again, it cancels the raid.
Got ya.
But it's got 10 seconds left. So here we go.
Soon, Jim.
I will catch you all next time.